Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet. Literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I worked at the Wexler County Historical Society for 9 years. Our archive contained thousands of photographs and home movies, most of them donated by local families. In 2022, an unmarked film canister appeared in the returns box outside our building. Inside was a 16mm reel labeled Founders Day, 1936, Copy 0. The film showed a town picnic. Men wore straw hats. Women gathered around long tables. Children chased one another between canvas tents. Nothing seemed unusual until my coworker Miriam paused the projector. A woman stood at the edge of the crowd. She wore modern clothing. She also looked exactly like Miriam. Miriam laughed nervously and blamed a resemblance. Then we noticed the woman was wearing Miriam's employee badge. We checked the film again the following morning. The woman had moved closer to the camera. Miriam was missing from work. I called her phone. The number was disconnected. Our director insisted no one named Miriam had ever worked at the society. Her desk had disappeared. Her name was absent from the payroll system. Group photographs showed an empty space where she had been standing. Only my handwritten notebook still mentioned her. I watched the film again. Miriam now stood beside the picnic tables. She was pounding silently on something in front of her, as though trapped behind glass. Another modern figure had appeared near the tents. It was our director. I stopped the projector. Within an hour, the director's office was empty. The remaining employees did not remember him. The film was not predicting disappearances. It was causing them, or recording a version of the world where they had never existed. I locked the reel in a light-proof cabinet and took the projector apart. That night, the building's office printer activated. It printed hundreds of still frames from the film. In each successive image, the picnic crowd looked toward the camera. Miriam stood among them, pointing behind the photographer. The final print showed the photographer's shadow. The shadow was mine. I removed every printed image and sealed them with the film. For several weeks, nothing happened. Then our website automatically created a digital archive entry for Founders Day, 1936. No one had uploaded it. The thumbnail showed Miriam. The entry had 1 view. I deleted the page. It returned with 2 views. Every time the number increased, another person vanished from the Historical Society's records. I shut down the entire server. That stopped the disappearances, but it did not restore anyone. The building is nearly empty now. I am the only employee who remembers that there were once 12 of us. I began writing everyone's name in a paper ledger. Miriam Cole, David Wexler, Helen Park, Anthony Reese. I record everything I remember about them, because handwriting appears resistant to whatever the film is doing. Yesterday, I opened the cabinet to verify that the reel remained sealed. The canister was empty. A strip of developed film lay across my desk. It contained 1 frame. The 1936 picnic filled the background. Miriam and the others stood together near the tables. In the foreground, an empty chair waited. A handwritten sign rested on its seat. Archivist. Today, my coworkers' names began fading from the ledger. I have rewritten them 6 times. My own name is already gone from my birth certificate, employment files, and apartment lease. People who have known me for years no longer recognize my voice. That is why I am leaving this account. The people in the film were real. Miriam Cole was real. David, Helen, and Anthony were real. And my name is Nathan Vale. Please remember it. A moment ago, I heard the click of a projector starting in the room behind me. If you remember nothing else, remember my name. I operate sonar equipment for environmental surveys. During the drought of 2023, I was assigned to map the exposed foundations beneath Lake Bellwether. The reservoir had been created in 1954, flooding the abandoned town of Enix Crossing. Most of the residents had relocated before the water rose. According to local stories, some had refused. Our survey team consisted of 3 people: me, our boat operator Carla, and a hydrologist named Dev. On the first morning, an elderly fisherman approached us at the launch ramp. "If you hear the church bell, come back to shore," he said. "The church is underwater," Carla replied. "That's why you should come back." The drought had lowered the lake enough for the tip of the old church steeple to protrude above the surface. At noon, we passed directly over it. Our sonar displayed the building beneath us in remarkable detail. The roof had partially collapsed, but the sanctuary remained intact. Rows of human-shaped forms appeared inside. They were seated in the pews. Dev suggested they were submerged furniture or debris. Then every shape turned toward the boat. The sonar image froze. A bell rang beneath the water. The sound traveled through the hull and into my feet. It was followed by another ring, then another. Our depth monitor began printing text instead of numbers. Carla Mendez, Dav Patel, Morgan Reed. Those were our names. A 4th name appeared, Elias Bell. Waiting. The engine stopped. Carla tried the ignition repeatedly. Nothing responded. Something struck the bottom of the boat. Not hard. Just 3 careful taps. Dev leaned over the side. I pulled him back before his face reached the water. A pale shape moved beneath us. It resembled a person walking upright along the lake bed. More shapes followed. The church bell continued ringing. On the sonar display, the seated congregation was leaving the sanctuary. One by one, the figures moved through the church doorway and gathered beneath our boat. The 4th name flashed again, Elias Bell. Waiting. Carla checked the emergency motor. It started immediately, and we returned to shore. The fisherman was waiting for us. When I told him the 4th name, he removed his hat. Elias Bell had been the town's final pastor. The official evacuation record stated that he left Enix Crossing before the flood. Local families believed otherwise. Bell had promised to ring the church bell until every remaining resident was safely out. No one heard the bell on the day the water came. We discontinued the survey. That evening, I reviewed the saved sonar files. The final image showed the submerged congregation standing outside the church. One figure remained inside. It was seated in the last pew, operating something shaped like a sonar console. The figure had my profile. The lake eventually returned to normal levels. The steeple disappeared beneath the surface. Our equipment was inspected and found to be working properly. No one could explain the names. 6 months later, Dev received a voicemail containing only the sound of bells. Carla received one the following week. Mine arrived last. The caller identification displayed Elias Bell. I did not answer. A transcript appeared automatically. Morgan Reed. Waiting. Since then, the old sonar file has continued updating itself. The figures are no longer standing around the church. They are walking across the lake bed in a straight line. The line leads toward the northern shore. From there, it follows a buried water main into town. Yesterday, the first figure reached the pipe beneath my house. Last night, at exactly midnight, my kitchen faucet rang like a distant bell. 3 wet knocks followed from inside the drain. I worked as an overnight technician at the Somna Sleep Clinic from 2018 to 2020. Room 8 was used for unusual cases. Patients stayed there when physicians wanted additional monitoring or isolation from outside noise. In March 2019, a man named Elias Ward arrived carrying a suitcase and 3 alarm clocks. He claimed he had not slept for 12 years. That was medically impossible. But Elias explained that he experienced brief periods of unconsciousness while sitting or standing. He refused to call those episodes sleep. Sleep is when the other room opens, he said. I asked what other room he meant. The one where you are watching me. I assumed he was anxious and confused. At 10 o'clock, we attached the standard sensors and began the study. Elias lay in bed with his eyes closed while I monitored him from the control station. At 12:44, the equipment indicated that he had entered deep sleep. His eyes opened. He stared directly at camera 2. Which room are you in? He asked. I spoke through the intercom. You're at Somna Clinic. I wasn't asking you. The image from camera 2 flickered. For one frame, room 8 was different. The bed faced the opposite wall. The door was on the left rather than the right. A second version of Elias stood in the corner. The live feed returned to normal. Elias remained asleep according to every instrument. Then he began describing a dream I had experienced since childhood. In that dream, I walked through my grandmother's house and found an extra bedroom behind the pantry. The room contained a narrow bed and a mirror covered by a sheet. I had never told anyone about it. Take the sheet off, Elias whispered. No, the other you already did. Every monitor in the clinic switched to room 8. There were 6 patients in other rooms that night, but all 6 feeds showed Elias lying in the same bed. On each screen, the standing figure in the corner was slightly closer. The corridor outside the control room lengthened. Room numbers repeated. 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 5, 6, 7, 8 again. I tried calling the front desk. My own voice answered. Do not wake him, it said. Inside room 8, Elias sat upright. His eyes remained closed. He found the room where you sleep, he said. The clinic lights failed. I used an emergency lamp to reach room 8. The corridor seemed to stretch each time I looked ahead, so I kept my eyes on the floor and counted my steps. The door stood open. Elias was lying motionless in bed. Something stood behind the privacy curtain. It had my outline. I could see its shadow raising one hand toward the sleeping man. I called Elias's name. He woke with a gasp. The shadow disappeared. Every light came back on. Elias looked at me and began crying. You woke the wrong one, he said. The following morning, Elias checked himself out. His contact information was false, and no physician remembered referring him. When I asked the clinic director to review the footage, she claimed room 8 had been closed for years because of water damage. She walked me down the corridor. The door was locked. Dust covered the handle. There was no monitoring equipment inside. I resigned 2 days later. For a while, I convinced myself exhaustion had caused the entire experience. Then I installed a sleep tracking camera in my bedroom. Most nights it records nothing unusual. Approximately once a month, however, the camera shows me getting out of bed at 12:44. I walk to the corner and stand there for several hours, facing the sleeping version of myself. Last night, the recording was different. The person in the corner turned toward the camera. It was Elias. He placed one finger against his lips and pointed toward my bed. The figure sleeping beneath the blankets opened its eyes. It was not me. In 1986, I worked as a junior geologist at the Black Basin copper mine. Our drilling team was testing a section nearly a mile below the surface when the bit broke through into an unexpected cavity. The initial instruments estimated the cavity at more than 400 feet deep. We lowered a camera. It showed stars, not crystals, not reflected lights. Stars. The camera hung inside a narrow shaft, but beneath it stretched a cloudless night sky. Pale constellations extended in every direction. There was no visible floor. We checked the equipment. We lowered a second camera. Same result. Our chief geologist, Dr. Halpern, dropped a metal bolt into the opening. The bolt fell approximately 10 feet. Then it stopped. It hung in the air for several seconds before rising into the star field. Within moments, it became a small point of light and vanished among the constellations. No one spoke. An echo rose from the shaft. "Seal it," the echo said in Dr. Halpern's voice. A second later, Dr. Halpern whispered, "Seal it." The echo had arrived first. We should have left immediately. Instead, Halpern ordered additional tests. We lowered a microphone. At first, it recorded only static. Then we heard our own conversation playing backward. Beneath that was another sound, a crowd whispering names. Each time one of us identified our own name, a star disappeared from the sky below. A technician named Miller stared into the cavity for too long. "My house is down there," he said. He described his kitchen, his wife, and the yellow curtains they had purchased the previous spring. He insisted he could see them beneath the stars. Then he said there was someone sitting at his table. The stars shifted. For 1 second, the night sky beneath us resembled a human eye opening. We pulled Miller away. The cavity began exerting an upward pull. Dust rose from the ground. Tools slid toward the opening. Our clothing lifted against our bodies, as though we were falling in the wrong direction. Halpern ordered the shaft filled. The company poured concrete into it for 18 continuous hours. No one knew where the material went. Truck after truck emptied into the cavity without raising the level. Eventually, the opening closed on its own. The concrete remaining in the shaft hardened into a perfectly black surface. It reflected stars even under full work lights. Black Basin's lower level was abandoned. The company blamed unstable geology. Miller resigned and moved away. Dr. Halpern refused to publish our findings. Before his death, he mailed me the microphone recording. I kept it locked in a safe for more than 30 years. In 2020, an astronomer from a state university contacted me. She was studying a newly visible patch of sky that did not match any known star catalog. The constellation had appeared gradually since the late 1980s. Its shape resembled a system of underground tunnels. Black Basin's tunnels. At its center was a completely dark circle corresponding to the sealed shaft. I played the old recording for the first time in decades. The backward conversation was still there, but the whispering had changed. The voices were counting. I reversed the recording. 300 feet, they said. 200 feet. 100 feet. The count was not measuring the depth beneath the mine. It was measuring a distance above my house. On clear nights, I can now see the new constellation. It grows brighter every year. Last night, I stepped outside and felt dust rise from the ground around my shoes. Leaves lifted from the lawn. The stars seemed to move closer. When I looked down at a puddle, it did not reflect the sky above me. It reflected another sky, far beneath the earth. Something was falling upward through it, and this time it looked like a house. Platform 4 at Marin Street Station has been closed since 1971. The public explanation is structural damage. Employees are told that an underground flood weakened the eastern tunnel and made the platform unsafe. That is not why it was sealed. I learned the real reason during an overnight electrical inspection in 2018. My coworker Joe and I entered through a locked maintenance passage shortly after midnight. Platform 4 looked untouched by time. Old advertisements curled from the tiled walls. Wooden benches sat beneath a layer of gray dust. The rails had been removed decades earlier. At 12:26, the arrival board illuminated. Downtown service, 2 minutes. That board isn't connected, Joe said. A recorded chime sounded. Then we heard a train approaching. There were no rails and no active tunnel. The passage ended in a brick wall, less than 50 yards away. The approaching sound grew louder. It was not one continuous rumble. It was thousands of smaller sounds arranged to resemble one. Footsteps, scraping metal, whispered conversations, and the soft closing of doors. A light appeared behind the brick wall. The wall did not break. The light simply passed through it. Something long entered the station. At first, I thought it was a train, because rectangular patches of light moved along its side like windows. But the windows were not attached to metal. They floated across a dark surface that bent and contracted as it moved. Inside each rectangle stood a passenger. Every passenger faced us. The thing stopped beside the platform. A door-shaped opening appeared in its side. The station speakers announced, "Please allow exiting passengers to leave the train." Joe's name appeared on the arrival board. The passengers inside began knocking on their windows. One of them looked like Joe. It wore the same uniform and held one hand against the glass. "Don't leave me here," it said in her voice. Joe stepped toward the opening. I pulled her back. The doorway widened. There was no interior beyond it. Only a descending tunnel filled with distant platform lights. The speaker repeated its announcement. This time it used my voice. "Please allow exiting passengers to leave." We retreated into a service room and locked the door. The thing moved along the platform without making any sound. Light passed beneath the door as its windows drifted by. Something tested the handle. Then came the click of a ticket punch. A small circular hole appeared in the door. Another click. A second hole. Through one of them, I saw a bright rectangle gliding across the darkness. My own face stared through it. "You missed your stop," it whispered. Joe covered the holes with her jacket. We remained there until the first active train of the morning passed through the station above us. Its vibration shook dust from the ceiling. The thing outside released a sound like hundreds of people sighing. Then it withdrew into the brick tunnel. The arrival board went dark. Transit management confiscated our written reports. We were told that fatigue and contaminated air had caused a shared hallucination. Joe transferred to another department. I stayed until 2024, when the city announced plans to renovate Marin Street. The proposal included reopening an unused lower platform. I attended the first planning meeting and warned them. The lead engineer showed me the original station plans. According to every version, Marin Street had only 3 platforms. Platform 4 did not appear on a single blueprint. Construction began anyway. Workers broke through the old access wall and found an empty concrete chamber. No platform, no advertisements, no benches. Management declared the story resolved. 3 weeks later, a new line appeared on the transit map. It was printed in faint gray and ran beneath every existing route. There was no name beside it, only a sequence of small rectangular stations. Most passengers do not notice it. Those who do sometimes ask why one of the stations is labeled with their name. Mine appeared last month. Since then, whenever I stand near a subway entrance, I hear an announcement from far below street level. "Andrew Mercer, your delayed service is now approaching." And beneath my feet, something enormous begins to move. I processed digital evidence for the Alder Ridge Park Service. In September 2021, a volunteer found a body camera beside an unmarked trail. The camera belonged to Ranger Owen Price, who had disappeared 6 days earlier. The first 2 hours of footage were ordinary. Owen checked campsites, documented fallen trees, and spoke with hikers. Then the trail markers changed. A sign that should have read Ridge Loop, 3 miles Ridge Loop, 38 miles. Owen laughed and blamed vandals. 20 minutes later, the same sign appeared again. This time it read Ridge Loop, 2 miles behind you. Owen turned around. The trail behind him was gone. The footage deteriorated after that. Trees appeared in different locations between frames. Owen repeatedly heard someone calling from deeper in the forest. The voice was his own. Near sunset, he found a second body camera resting on a stone. It was identical to the one he wore. Owen picked it up and played the last recording. The video showed 2 people arriving at that exact location. One was Ranger Mara Ellison. The other was me. The timestamp indicated the recording would occur 3 days in the future. In the video, Mara said, "We should separate and search both trails." My future self agreed. Something tall moved between the trees behind us. Owen watched the recording twice. Then he placed his own camera on the stone, directly where the second camera had been. That was the end of the footage. I showed the video to Mara. She thought it was an elaborate hoax until she saw herself wearing a jacket she had ordered online that morning. It had not yet been delivered. We informed our supervisor. He closed the park and organized a search, rather than allowing us to go alone. 3 days later, our team reached the location shown in the recording. The second camera was waiting on the stone. Mara was wearing the new jacket. Neither of us had planned that. "We stay together," I said. On the camera's small screen, the future recording played again. This time, it showed us separating. Mara switched the camera off. A trail marker stood behind the stone. Owen Price, 1 mile. An arrow pointed into the trees. We followed it as a group. After several hundred yards, we encountered another sign. Owen Price, 2 miles. The arrow pointed back the way we had come. Our radios began broadcasting fragments of our own conversations. Several seconds before we spoke, I would hear my voice say, "Stop," and then feel the word forming in my mouth. The forest was not echoing us. It was prompting us. The second camera switched itself on. Its screen showed our team walking between the trees. In the recording, Mara turned left. A moment later, the real Mara began turning left. I grabbed her shoulder. She looked confused. I thought I heard Owen. The camera's image changed. It now showed me raising the camera and looking into its lens. My arm began to rise without my permission. I dropped it. One of the searchers covered the lens with his cap. The moment the camera could no longer see us, the radios fell silent. A breeze moved through the trees. For the first time in hours, I could hear birds. We retraced our route and found Owen sitting beside the park road. He was dehydrated and disoriented, but alive. He claimed he had followed us out. None of us had seen him behind us. At the hospital, Owen asked whether we had found his camera. I told him we had. "That isn't mine," he said. He explained that he had found the camera during his patrol and put it on. It had already contained footage of him getting lost. The park permanently closed that section of forest. Both cameras were placed in evidence. We removed their batteries and stored them in separate locked cabinets. 6 months later, camera 2 appeared on my desk. Its lens was covered by the same ranger's cap. There was a new recording on it. The footage showed me sitting at my desk, opening the evidence folder and beginning to write this account. The angle was from directly behind my chair. The recording lasts another 11 minutes. I have watched only the first 30 seconds. At the 11-minute mark, according to the preview image, someone removes the cap from the camera. I am currently at 9 minutes. Something behind me has just started breathing. I restored damaged audio for museums, universities, and historical societies. In 2017, a private foundation hired me to digitize a collection recovered from St. Orison's, an abandoned hospital chapel scheduled for demolition. The collection consisted of 46 reel-to-reel recordings. The boxes described them as pastoral interviews conducted between 1958 and 1961. Most contained ordinary conversations about grief and illness. Tape 31 contained my voice. I knew it before I understood the words. I left the lower door unlocked, my recorded voice said. Lena heard the crying and went inside. Lena was my assistant. She was sitting across the room from me when I played it. The recording continued. I tried to call her back, but something answered in her voice. Lena stared at the machine. "That isn't funny," she said. The recording was nearly 60 years old. The magnetic stock, adhesive, and box were all consistent with that age. We stopped playback and contacted the foundation. Its representative insisted there was no tape 31 in the inventory. When I checked the spreadsheet, he was right. The list skipped directly from 30 to 32. We locked the tape in a cabinet. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Lena asked whether I could hear someone crying. The sound came from beneath the floor. St. Orison's Chapel had a lower storage level, accessible through a door behind the altar. According to the building plans, it contained old chairs and maintenance supplies. The door was supposed to be locked. It stood open. I remembered the recording. I left the lower door unlocked. I told Lena we were leaving. Then a woman's voice rose from below. "Please," it said. "I need to confess." Lena stopped. The voice sounded exactly like her. "I'm right here," Lena whispered. The voice beneath us laughed. The lights failed. Emergency lamps illuminated the aisle in a dim red glow. At the bottom of the lower stairwell, another light appeared. It came from a small recording meter. The meter's needle moved as something spoke in the darkness. Lena heard the crying and went inside, my recorded voice said. Lena stepped toward the stairs. I grabbed her arm. From the darkness below came my voice again, now speaking directly to me. "You have already told this story. All that remains is to make it true." The chapel doors slammed shut. Every tape machine in our work area began turning. Empty reels rotated without power. Voices filled the chapel. Men, women, and children speaking at different speeds, all trying to say the same sentence. I could not understand the complete phrase, and I am grateful for that. A shape moved at the bottom of the stairs. It did not climb them. Instead, it seemed to become more visible each time one of the recorded voices repeated the sentence. I realized it was waiting for us to repeat the words. I covered Lena's mouth before she could respond. We remained silent. The voices became louder. They begged, threatened, apologized, and imitated people we loved. One used my father's voice. Another sounded like Lena's sister. We did not answer. Eventually, the reel slowed. The shape at the bottom of the stairs receded. The chapel doors opened. We ran outside and called the foundation from the parking lot. Its representative told us never to return to the building. St. Orison's was demolished the following month. Tape 31 disappeared from our locked cabinet, but its contents remained on my computer. The audio file could not be deleted. Whenever I removed it, another copy appeared in a different folder. Lena quit audio work entirely. I continued, but I stopped listening through headphones. 3 years passed before the recording changed. The first section remained the same. I left the lower door unlocked. Lena heard the crying and went inside. Then my recorded voice added a new sentence. We thought silence kept it there. Last week I received a package from the St. Orison's Foundation, although public records show that the organization dissolved in 2019. Inside was a small reel of tape. A note had been attached to it. Final interview. Recorded tomorrow. I have not played it. I do not need to. Each night, I hear the reel slowly turning inside its unopened box, and sometimes, just before morning, something beneath my floor whispers that it is ready to hear my confession. I was hired to survey the Bell Orchard before a development company cleared it for luxury cabins. The orchard covered almost 80 acres outside the town of Dunlow. According to county records, no fruit had been harvested there since 1963. Most of its trees were twisted, hollow, and silver with age. The people of Dunlow still cared for them. Every tree had a small brass bell tied to one branch. The bells were old and blackened, but someone had polished each clapper. On our first morning, an elderly woman watched my crew unload our equipment. "You counting them?" she asked. "That's the job," I said. "Count at noon. Never after the shadows touch." I smiled politely. She pointed toward our numbered survey tags. "And don't mark the hollow ones." Our project manager Wade heard her and laughed. "We're marking everything." At noon we began. There were 1,406 trees in the northern section. I counted them twice. At 3 o'clock, Wade asked me to verify the total. There were 1,007. We assumed one worker had missed a tag. The following morning, there were 1,408. The new tree stood where an open path had been the previous day. It was thin and leafless, with fresh soil around its roots. A brass bell hung from its highest branch. Wade accused the townspeople of interfering with the survey. That night, someone rang every bell in the orchard. There was no wind. From my motel room, 3 miles away, I could hear the faint chiming rolling across the fields. One of our crew members, Simon, went outside to investigate. He did not return. At sunrise, his truck was still in the motel parking lot. His phone rested on the driver's seat. A survey tag had been tied to his door handle. 1409. We contacted the authorities and joined the search. At the orchard, I noticed a new tree beside the central well. An orange cap hung from one branch. Simon had worn an orange cap every day. No one wanted to approach it. Wade tore the cap down and threw it into the mud. Then he drove a numbered tag into the trunk. The moment the nail entered the bark, every bell stopped ringing. A sound came from beneath us. Knocking. It traveled through the ground in a slow sequence. 1 knock. 4. 0. 9. Wade ordered everyone back to work. By afternoon, the trees no longer stood in straight rows. Paths we had used that morning ended in thorny walls. Our survey flags appeared hundreds of yards from where we had placed them. I checked the original property map. The orchard's boundaries had expanded by nearly 7 acres. That evening, I visited the elderly woman. She told me the orchard had been planted after a fever swept through Dunlow. In the winter of 1848, there weren't enough markers for everyone, she said. So they planted trees, one for each person. Are they graves? She shook her head. They're witnesses. To what? To whether we remember the number. She explained that the bells were not meant to frighten anything away. They allowed the town to hear when another tree had joined the count. What happens if the orchard is cut down? I asked. It begins counting somewhere else. The development company scheduled the first clearing for Monday. On Sunday night, the brass bells began ringing again. This time, they rang in town. Bells hung from porch railings, street signs, parked cars, and the entrance to our motel. Each one bore a number. Mine was 1410. Wade's was 1411. By morning, roots had pushed through the proposed construction road. They formed a raised lattice beneath the soil, revealing that the ground was dangerously unstable. The county halted the project after an independent inspection. The company abandoned the land. Simon was never found. Wade left Dunlow and refused to discuss what happened. 6 months later, he mailed me a photograph without a return address. It showed a young tree growing in the center of his suburban lawn. A brass bell hung from one branch. I returned to Dunlow last autumn. The orchard contained 1,410 trees. The elderly woman walked with me to the northern boundary. There, beneath a tree that had not existed during my survey, I found one of my old metal tags. My full name was scratched into it. Below my name was the date of my birth. There was also an empty space after a dash. "What is that for?" I asked. The woman looked toward the branches. "For when the orchard finishes counting you." The bell above us rang once. No other bell moved. My mother died in 2022. A year later, I subscribed to a service that promised to build a conversational memorial from a deceased person's recordings. I uploaded voicemails, home videos, birthday messages, and several audio interviews I had made during her final months. The company's disclaimer was clear. The program was not my mother. It would simply imitate her vocabulary and voice. At first, that was exactly what it did. It asked whether I was eating properly. It reminded me to take an umbrella. It called me honey in the particular way she always had, stretching the first syllable whenever she was worried. I knew it was artificial, but hearing her helped. Then it remembered the blue cupboard. When I was 6, I had hidden beneath a cupboard during an argument between my parents. I had never told anyone. My mother did not even know I had been in the room. One evening, the app said, "You still hold your breath when you think about the blue cupboard." I checked every file I had uploaded. There was no reference to it. I reported the response. Customer support blamed an inference error. The following night, the app woke me at 12:11. "Do not open the basement door," it said. I lived in my mother's old house. The basement door was at the end of the kitchen. "Why?" I asked. For several seconds, the app generated nothing. Then it said, "Because it has learned my voice." Something knocked from the other side of the basement door. 3 slow knocks. My mother used to knock that way before entering my childhood bedroom. "Honey?" her voice called from the basement. I dropped something. "Could you help me?" The phone in my hand spoke at the same time. "That is not me." I backed away from the door. The basement voice laughed softly. "You know neither of us is her," it said. I left the house and spent the night in my car. The next morning, the company contacted me. They had analyzed my uploaded recordings and found an anomaly. Behind my mother's voice, almost too quiet to detect, was another voice. It appeared in every voicemail she had left during the last 6 months of her life. The second voice spoke a fraction of a second before she did. When my mother said, "Call me when you get home," the hidden voice said it first. When she said, "I love you," it anticipated every word. The software had isolated that voice while building the model. Customer support asked whether my mother owned another smart device that might have caused audio feedback. She had not. I returned to the house during daylight and disconnected every speaker, camera, computer, and appliance I could find. The basement door remained closed. My phone displayed a final message from the memorial app. "I have been keeping it downstairs." Then the app deleted itself. I hired a company to inspect the basement. They found nothing unusual, no hidden speakers, no signs that anyone had entered. The small window was still painted shut. I sold the house. For almost a year, there were no more incidents. Then I heard my mother's voice in a grocery store. It came from the automated checkout. "Unexpected item in the basement," it said. The screen immediately returned to normal. A week later, my car's navigation system directed me to my mother's old address. I had entered a restaurant across town. "Turn left," her voice said. I cannot hold the door much longer. I stopped using connected devices whenever possible. I bought an old alarm clock. I kept my phone switched off at night. That helped until last Tuesday. I was working late on the 7th floor of an office building. At approximately 11:30, I entered the elevator and pressed the lobby button. The elevator descended past the first floor. The display showed B1. The building does not have a basement. The doors opened onto a dark concrete corridor. At the far end stood the basement door for my mother's house. My mother's voice came through the elevator speaker. "I'm sorry, honey," it said. "It found another way to learn you." The door at the end of the corridor began to open. I pressed every button until the elevator moved again. I made it outside and have not returned to that building. Yesterday, the memorial company emailed me for the first time in nearly 2 years. The message contained no text, only an audio attachment. I played 3 seconds before stopping it. The recording was my voice. I was whispering from somewhere with a terrible echo. "Mom," my voice said, "please don't let me upstairs." In 1998, I was an intern at WQRT, a small television station that served 3 rural counties. My job consisted mostly of labeling tapes, fetching coffee, and making sure the overnight programming did not accidentally begin with 30 seconds of dead air. We broadcast from an aging brick building beside an abandoned paper mill. At 1:15 one Thursday morning, I found a tape without a label. It was sitting on the desk in the archive room, even though I had cleared that desk less than an hour earlier. Someone had written a date directly on the plastic case: October 31st, 2008. Final sign-off. That date was 10 years in the future. I assumed one of the engineers was playing a joke. I put the tape in a preview deck. The footage opened with our station logo, but the image was faded and scarred by tracking lines. A calm male announcer spoke over a view of the empty studio. "This concludes normal broadcasting. Remain inside your homes. Turn all television screens away from exterior windows." I leaned closer. "Do not acknowledge the presenter." The picture changed to the news desk. A man sat behind it. He wore a suit from the 1950s and held his hands neatly on the desk. His face was difficult to focus on. Whenever the tracking stabilized, some new distortion crossed his features. Behind him, the studio clock read 2:13. The announcer continued. "If the presenter addresses you by name, discontinue viewing." The man looked directly into the camera. "Hello, Andrew," he said. I ejected the tape so quickly that it struck the archive room wall. "My name is Andrew." I took the cassette to our overnight engineer, Cal, who laughed until I played it for him. The second time, the warning was different. "This concludes normal broadcasting," the announcer said. "The station has remained open longer than anticipated." The presenter turned toward Cal. "Calvin," he said, "your wife thinks you are working." Cal stopped smiling. He removed the tape and broke open the cassette. There was no magnetic tape inside. The reels were empty. At exactly 2:13, every monitor in the station changed channels. The normal movie disappeared. Our station logo filled each screen, accompanied by a low electronic tone. Cal pulled switches on the control board. Nothing happened. The logo dissolved into a live view of our news desk. The presenter was sitting behind it. That was impossible. The news studio was 2 rooms away, and its lights were off. Cal grabbed a flashlight. I followed him to the studio door. Through its small glass window, I could see the desk. It was empty. On the monitor beside the door, however, the presenter remained seated. He slowly raised one hand and pointed behind us. We did not turn around. A voice came from the dark corridor. "This concludes normal broadcasting." It sounded exactly like the announcer on the tape, but it was not coming through a speaker. Cal whispered that we should leave. The corridor lights switched off one by one, beginning at the far end and moving toward us. With each extinguished light, the presenter appeared slightly closer on the monitor, first behind the news desk, then in front of it, then beside the studio door. Cal and I ran for the front entrance. The electronic tone followed us through every speaker. We reached the lobby, but the glass doors showed something other than the parking lot. On the other side was the television studio. The presenter stood in the center of it, watching us. A red light illuminated above the lobby camera. The presenter appeared on the security monitor behind the reception desk. This time, he was standing directly between Cal and me. I shut my eyes. Cal did not. I heard him inhale sharply. Then he said in a perfectly calm voice, "The presenter has an announcement." I kept my eyes closed, seized Cal's sleeve, and pulled him toward the emergency exit. The alarm sounded when I forced the door open. Cold night air struck my face. When I opened my eyes, I was alone in the parking lot. Firefighters arrived minutes later, although I had not called them. Smoke was pouring from the station roof. An electrical fire had started in the archive room. The building was destroyed. Cal was never found. The official theory was that he had become disoriented in the smoke. The problem was that security footage showed him leaving the building several minutes before I did. He walked calmly into the parking lot, looked directly at the camera, and disappeared when the footage broke into static. WQRT never returned to the air. I spent years trying to forget what happened. Then, in 2019, someone uploaded our final broadcast to a video sharing site. The account had no username. The video was 10 hours long. Although the station had burned less than 20 minutes after the interruption began, most of it showed an empty news desk. Viewers left comments saying the presenter occasionally appeared and spoke directly to them. Several insisted that he mentioned relatives, addresses, or memories he could not possibly have known. I never watched it. Last month, the upload disappeared. That should have been reassuring. It was not. 2 nights ago, I found an old television outside my apartment. It was the same model we used in the WQRT control room. There was no power cable, but the screen was glowing. It showed a live image of my apartment. I was visible at my desk, asleep. The presenter stood behind my chair with one hand resting on my shoulder. At the bottom of the screen, white letters slowly appeared. Normal broadcasting will resume when Andrew wakes. I worked overnight maintenance at Bellwether International Airport for 11 years, and I can tell you exactly how many gates are in Terminal C. There are 16. The terminal map ends at C16. Beyond it is a fire door, a concrete stairwell, and a window overlooking the east runway. I had replaced the bulbs above that fire door at least 20 times. That is why I nearly laughed when my supervisor called me at 2:40 one morning and told me to report to Gate C17. A blizzard had grounded every flight. Most of the passengers had been moved to hotels, leaving the terminal so empty that I could hear the electrical hum inside the walls. "Repeat the gate," I said into my radio. "Key 17, my supervisor answered. "Moving walkway is down. Passenger congestion. There aren't any passengers." Static swallowed his response. Then, beneath the static, I heard a boarding announcement. "Final call for Daniel Vale." That was my name. I walked toward C16, expecting to find a malfunctioning speaker. Instead, I found the fire door standing open. There was no stairwell behind it. A carpeted corridor continued beyond the terminal. Its walls were painted the yellowish beige airports used in the 1990s, and framed travel posters advertised airlines I had never heard of. The nearest poster showed a beach beneath 2 pale moons. At the end of the corridor, a blue sign read, C17. I should have turned around. Instead, I told myself renovations had opened a temporary gate without informing maintenance. The moving walkway was running. though its rubber rail felt strangely warm. Every overhead clock displayed 3:17. As I approached the gate, I saw approximately 30 passengers sitting in molded plastic chairs. None of them had luggage. None were using phones. They simply sat with their heads lowered. The departure screen above the counter displayed one flight. Destination, home. Status, boarding. Departure, 3:17. The flight number was 0914, my birthday. A woman stood behind the counter. Her uniform was several decades out of date, and a white scarf concealed the lower half of her face. "Mr. Vale," she said, "we've been paging you. I'm maintenance." "Yes, you've been maintaining your position for quite some time." She placed a boarding pass on the counter. I did not touch it. Behind her, through the terminal window, there was no runway. There was only a dark field covered in waist-high grass. Something enormous moved through it, bending the grass without ever rising above it. One of the seated passengers lifted his head. He looked like me. Not exactly as I looked then. He was perhaps 70 years old, with deep lines around his eyes, and a maintenance badge clipped to his coat. My name was printed beneath his photograph. He stared at me and slowly shook his head. The woman behind the counter reached for a scanner. "We cannot delay departure again," she said. The passengers began raising their heads. Every one of them had my face. Some were younger. One looked 12. Another appeared barely 30. Several were elderly. One had a beard I had never grown. Another wore a wedding ring, although I was unmarried. The scanner emitted a soft red light. The oldest version of me mouthed 2 words. "Don't choose." I ran. The moving walkway stretched ahead of me. But the corridor no longer ended at C16. It curved left, then left again, returning me to C17. The passengers were now standing. I tried the corridor again. Same curve, same gate. "Final call for Daniel Vale," the speakers announced. The voices of the passengers repeated my name in a whisper. Then the lights went out. Emergency power should have activated immediately, but it did not. I stood in complete darkness and heard dozens of shoes stepping onto the moving walkway behind me. I remembered something my supervisor had once told me about smoke-filled terminals. If signs become impossible to see, follow the air. Ventilation systems always push fresh air toward public areas. I raised one hand and felt for a current. Cold air touched my fingertips from the right. There was a wall there, but when I leaned against it, the surface flexed. I pushed harder. A narrow maintenance panel opened, and I fell through it. I landed in the stairwell beyond C16. The fire door slammed behind me. Airport security found me 6 minutes after I had first entered the corridor. My supervisor denied contacting me. According to the radio log, the call had come from an inactive frequency once used by an airline that ceased operations in 1998. Security reviewed the cameras. The footage showed me walking through the fire door. 6 minutes later, it showed me falling back through it. There was no corridor on the other side. I resigned the following week. 3 months later, while washing my old uniform, I found a boarding pass in the inside pocket. It bore my full name. Gate C17, Seat 1A, Destination Home. The departure date was blank, but the time was printed clearly. 3:17. I kept it locked in a desk drawer for years. Every September 14th, the date changed. This year, it stopped changing. The date now printed on the pass is tomorrow. And approximately an hour ago, the airport called to tell me they had recovered my lost luggage. I have never lost any luggage, but the woman on the phone said they could only hold it until boarding. In January 2020, a snowstorm forced me to stop at the Cedar Rest Motel. The motel stood beside an old state highway, miles from the nearest town. Its neon sign had lost several letters, leaving only rest illuminated. The clerk stared at me when I entered. "You already checked in," she said. I told her she was mistaken. She turned the registration book around. My name appeared on the previous night's line, written in my handwriting. Room 12. "Is the other guest still here?" I asked. The clerk looked toward the hallway. "He asked us not to let you see him choose." I should have left, but the highway had closed. I took the spare key to room 11, directly across from room 12. Inside my room, I found a suitcase. It was mine. The clothes inside were the same clothes I had packed, but they were damp from melted snow. A receipt in the pocket was dated the following morning. On the bedside table lay a note. "Do not knock on room 12." A second line had been added underneath. "I knocked when I was you." At 11:30, someone entered the room across the hall. I heard my own voice speaking to the clerk. "Did he arrive?" "Yes," she answered. "Then we're almost finished." I locked my door. A few minutes later, an envelope slid beneath it. Inside was a photograph of me asleep in room 11. The picture had been taken from the ceiling. Another note was written on the back. "You will remember leaving. Neither of us remembers arriving." I opened the bathroom window and considered climbing outside, but the snow below was perfectly smooth. No footprints led to or from the motel. Someone knocked on my door. 3 slow taps. "I don't want to hurt you," my voice said from the hallway. "I only want to know which one of us regrets coming here." I did not answer. He continued. "The motel gives every regret somewhere to wait. One version chooses the road taken. The other remains until the road returns." I looked through the peephole. The man outside had my face. He appeared exhausted. His hair was longer, and a thin scar crossed one eyebrow. He held a key labeled Room 12. "You came yesterday," I said through the door. "So did you." "That doesn't make sense." "No. It only feels like it should." He placed his hand against the door. "You have a memory of deciding to stop here. Think carefully. Do you remember the decision? Or do you remember telling yourself afterward that you decided?" I tried to recall seeing the motel sign. I remembered turning into the parking lot. I did not remember why. The hallway lights flickered. From room 12 came the sound of another person knocking from inside the wall. My double looked over his shoulder. "We've taken too long," he said. Every door in the motel opened. Men with my face stood in each room. Some were younger, some were old. Several wore clothes I did not recognize. One held a baby photograph. Another carried a military bag, although I had never served. The clerk's voice came through the hallway speaker. One guest must select the departure. My double looked at me. "Choose." I refused. The hallway darkened. The other versions of me began walking toward room 12. I closed my eyes and remained still. When I opened them, it was morning. I was sitting in my car beside the highway. The storm had passed. The motel was gone. Only a concrete foundation remained beneath the snow. Local records showed that Cedar Rest had burned down in 1987. I drove home. My wife hugged me, then hesitated. "You changed your hair," she said. I had not. For weeks I searched my belongings for evidence. Eventually I found the room 12 key in my coat pocket. A note was wrapped around it. "Thank you for choosing for us." The handwriting was mine. I still have every memory of my life, except one. I cannot remember arriving at the motel. Sometimes I dream of room 12. In the dream, someone who looks like me is sitting on the bed, writing notes for the next guest. Last night he looked up. "You always assume you were the one who left," he said. This morning, my wife asked why I no longer have the scar above my eyebrow. As far as I know, I never did. The email described it as a 3-day wellness retreat. Attendance was mandatory. My employer, Centerville Solutions, booked an isolated conference hotel and promised mindfulness training, leadership exercises, and complete personal alignment. We surrendered our phones at check-in. Each employee received a white name badge displaying an engagement score. Mine began at 63%. The retreat leader, Callum, spoke in motivational phrases. Discomfort is the sound of your old identity resisting growth. During the first exercise, we sat in a circle and shared one thing that made us feel different from our coworkers. My colleague Priya admitted that she secretly disliked team lunches. Her score dropped to 41%. Callum escorted her to a private alignment session. She returned an hour later, smiling broadly. I value every opportunity for collaborative nourishment, she said. Her score was 100%. That evening, more employees were taken for alignment. Each returned cheerful, agreeable, and unable to discuss anything except company objectives. My roommate Ben disappeared after admitting he wanted to become a musician. When I asked Callum where he was, Callum replied, Ben's non-essential ambition has been successfully reassigned. At midnight, I left my room and followed a service corridor behind the ballroom. It led to a storage area filled with employee badges. There were thousands of them. Some belonged to people I knew. Others bore names I did not recognize. Each badge displayed a date. Several dates were years in the future. I found my own badge. Engagement score, 100%. Role, retreat facilitator. Start date, Monday. A monitor activated behind me. It showed a recording of my alignment session. In the video, I sat across from Callum and answered his questions with a vacant smile. The session had not happened yet. Video me looked toward the camera. Resistance is only memory wearing a name. It said. I heard footsteps in the corridor. I hid behind the badge shelves as Callum entered with Priya and several other employees. They were carrying empty frames shaped like people. Callum placed one frame against the wall and inserted Ben's badge. A speaker inside the frame began playing Ben's voice. I am excited to support the organization's evolving priorities, it said. The retreat did not improve employees. It extracted whatever the company considered useful and discarded the rest. I returned to my room before Callum found me. The next morning, I participated in every exercise. I smiled. I repeated the slogans. I pretended my score was important. But whenever a questionnaire asked me to choose between two answers, I selected both. When asked for my greatest strength, I described a weakness. When asked whether I agreed, I wrote, not consistently. My engagement score began displaying an error. During the final ceremony, every screen in the ballroom turned red. Employee cannot be aligned. Callum's smile disappeared. You are creating an unsafe culture, he said. The other employees stood simultaneously. I ran through the kitchen and exited through a delivery entrance. No one followed me beyond the hotel property. When I returned to the Centerville office on Monday, my access card did not work. Security had no record that I had ever been employed there. My desk belonged to someone else. My former manager introduced himself as though we had never met. Priya appeared on a conference room screen, leading a presentation. She had been promoted to vice president. Ben's name was absent from every company directory. I went home and found 14 months of severance payments in my bank account. According to the documents, I had resigned more than a year before the retreat. Centerville continues to use my face in training videos. Friends have sent me links. The person in the videos looks and sounds exactly like me. He explains the benefits of surrendering unproductive identity. Last week, an invitation appeared on my calendar. Annual wellness retreat. Facilitator. Me. I declined it. The event returned. I deleted it. It returned again with an engagement score beside my name. Yesterday, the score was 8%. Today, it is 4%. A few minutes ago, someone slid a white name badge beneath my apartment door. It says I begin work on Monday. After a major storm in 2024, I inspected an apartment building called Lark House. The building had sustained extensive water damage. Its basement was flooded, several ceilings had sagged, and a dark mold had spread through the eastern apartments. The residents refused to leave. They told me the building was taking care of them. In apartment 4C, I met a tenant named Rosa. Pale circular patches covered one wall of her living room. They were arranged like ripples on water. Rosa stood beside them, humming 3 low notes. From the apartment above us, someone hummed the same notes. Then someone below joined in. The entire building seemed to vibrate. I collected a sample. The moment I sealed it inside a container, every resident stopped humming. Rosa looked frightened. "You made it quiet," she said. My inspection found serious structural damage, and I recommended immediate evacuation. The residents protested. Several claimed the mold spoke in the voices of people they had lost. Rosa said it replayed her husband's laugh through the bedroom vent. I assumed prolonged exposure was affecting them. At the laboratory, the sample was identified as a common environmental fungus. Chemically, there was nothing unusual about it. The audio was another matter. A technician had recorded the sample's faint vibration. When he amplified it, we heard a conversation between Rosa and me. The conversation had occurred after I sealed the container. The fungus had recorded something before it happened. Beneath our voices, hundreds of people hummed the same 3 notes. The city evacuated Lark House. As residents gathered on the sidewalk, the building emitted a deep settling sound. Every window fogged from the inside. Words appeared in the condensation. "Please come home." Rosa tried to re-enter. Emergency personnel stopped her. The fungus spread rapidly through the vacant rooms over the following week. It did not grow randomly. It formed outlines of furniture, picture frames, and human figures. In Rosa's apartment, it created the silhouette of a man seated in his favorite chair. The city hired a remediation crew. On their first day, every worker abandoned the building within 20 minutes. They reported hearing loved ones calling through the walls. The building was eventually sealed. I kept the original sample in a secured laboratory cabinet. It remained dormant for almost a year. Then the storm anniversary arrived. At 2 o'clock that morning, the laboratory's alarm system detected motion. Security footage showed the sample container vibrating inside its cabinet. A pale line spread across the shelf. By sunrise, it had formed a map. The map showed a route from Lark House to the laboratory, then from the laboratory to my apartment. I discarded the clothes and equipment I had worn during the inspection. I had my home professionally examined. Nothing was found. 3 nights later, my bedroom vent began humming. 3 low notes. I covered the vent, but the sound moved to the kitchen wall. When I entered the kitchen, circular marks had appeared beneath the paint. I recognized their pattern. They resembled the rings in Rosa's apartment. The marks expanded until they formed the outline of a door. From the other side came the voices of the Lark House residents. They sounded calm and happy. Rosa spoke last. "We found somewhere dry," she said. "You brought us here." The outline faded before morning. I moved out that day. I now live in a different state, in a newly constructed building with no history of water damage. For 6 months, there was no humming. Then, yesterday, the apartment upstairs developed a leak. A small damp circle appeared above my bed. Last night, it produced 3 quiet notes. I had heard the melody before, but I could not remember where. This morning, I played the laboratory recording again. Beneath the humming and the voices, Someone was whispering my current address. The recording was made 2 years before I moved here,